But it's a problem because
So, I don't want to talk that.
I understand.
make sure to share that.
How's the battery life?
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Apex Town Council meeting, the regular scheduled meeting for Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024. Thanks for being here. Thanks to those who have joined us by live stream. And I want to thank Eugen for getting us ready and prepared for online for people to be able to see us tonight. We'll go ahead and transition to our invocation. And tonight we have from the Radha Krishna Temple in Apex, Gatika, if you would come up and deliver right here from the microphone. Reflection on the other side.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. So I am Geetika Jain, and I have with me Vishal Bhandari as well. We are both representing Radha Krishna Temple, and it's actually located in Apex. I would first want to thank Mr. Gilbert for giving me an opportunity to speak at this wonderful forum and to connect with you all. So I'll start by saying that this temple is located right off 751 if you have been on that side, and the uniqueness about this temple is it's surrounded by beautiful tall trees, by a small pond, and the moment you enter the temple premises, you are like disconnected from the whole world. You forget what the world is, and you just enter in some serenity and some peace and calmness just inhales, and it just fills you up for your heart and mind. So I think that is the uniqueness about this temple. So okay, and this temple is actually founded, is under the guidance and inspiration of Swami Mukundanandji. So I'll just quickly show his picture because we really follow him. Vishalji and myself, we follow Swami Mukundanandji. So he's a global spiritual leader, and he has founded a non-profit, a philanthropic organization called JK Yog. For last 40 years, he has been teaching spiritual and Vedic wisdom globally. So he He has followers in US, he has followers in in India, in Europe, and Australia. So he has a lot of followers, and we really look up to him and learn from his teachings. His teaching basically is based on Vedic scriptures and Upanishads and Purana. They are very, very esoteric and complex, something like an average or even below average person like me can never understand. So, but beauty about Swami Mukundananji, he take all this complex knowledge and wisdom and churns it, or the essence, put the essence in very easy to understand words, which I can understand, and I think even 10-year-old can understand. And the beauty of his message is they're very humorous and they're very lively, and we can all connect with it. So we are big fans of Swami Mukundananji's books because they're filled with beautiful wisdom. So coming back to the temple, so what is the objective of this temple? So it wants to bring in all the community members and to connect with divine, and to basically have faith and believe in God. And of course, we all come there when we are having celebrations. We might come there when we are not having such a happy moment, but we can still come and connect with God, and that's what the temple offers. And one of the other core missions of the temple is to nurture and nourish the young minds and the young children, because I think Swami Mukundananji heavily and profoundly believes that good knowledge needs to be inculcated at a young age, and that's when they will be ready for the future up ahead. So we have a lot of programs and classes which we offer on a weekly basis, from starting at the age of 5 up to like elementary school kids and middle school kids, and we teach yoga asanas and meditations and pranayams, like all the slow breathing technique exercises. We also do prayers and shlokas in Hindi and Sanskrit language along with the translation. We do Vedic scriptures, so we do tell about Vedic scriptures, but in a simple way which kids can understand and relate to, and prayers. So that's all it inculcates. For more like middle schooler and high schoolers, we have leadership and communication development programs to basically prepare them for the future ahead. And what else am I missing? And yes, and this temple also offers a beautiful platform for basically everyone to come and participate and showcase their talents and their skills and their creativity and their aptitude. So the objective is to come and show that and inspire others and encourage other people and other kids, and so everyone can reach and become the best version of themselves. So I think that's all about the temple. I would really want to share a small message from this beautiful book, The Art and Science of Happiness, written by Swami Mukundananji, because I think we all are chasing happiness in our own way. And I think this book has, like I would say, multiple tools, hundreds of tools, how we can achieve that happiness. But I'm just going to share one tool, and hopefully we all will connect with it. So this is called Have Faith in God's Plan When Things Fall Apart. So sometimes all seems lost and no solution is in sight. It is precisely at this time that we must keep our faith alive and not lose hope in God's goodness. Faith means having the conviction that He is our well-wisher. His plan may not be clear to us, yet we know that it is for our highest good. He can do no wrong, and just as parents wish for the best of their children, God too wants the best for us. So just a beautiful story. So one woman was knitting a sweater for her granddaughter. So the child ran to her granny and looked at the knitting, and she saw all that entangled threads and with this woolen strings hanging haphazardly, and she was like, oh, this looks awful, this looks horrible, I'm not going to wear it. So then grandmother held the child up, took her in her lap, and then she showed her the prettier side, like not the haphazard thread, but the prettier side, which she was not aware of. And then when she looked at it, and she saw a wonderful pattern, and she was in wow. And that's what the God plans. And we see the ugly side sometimes, and sometimes things when we are not favorable and we get disturbed, but we don't know the God has the beautiful pattern He has planned for us. So likewise, from our imperfect perspective, we become baffled in unsettling times. We question if there is any proper order in creation, or is it just random chaos. However, when we look at it from the side of the Supreme, there is always a grand design in place. Difficulties are not meant to kill our spirit, but to help us become our best selves. When we have this faith, it keeps us strong and gives us the determination to continue. That's all from me today. Thank you so much for listening, and I really appreciate this opportunity, and I definitely look forward to attending more of these forums so I can take inspiration and continue on a journey of becoming a better person. So thank you so much, sir, and good evening.
Thank you, Katika, very much. If you are willing and able, please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you so much. We now move into our consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine to be enacted by one motion with the adoption of the consent agenda without discussion. If a council member requests discussion of an item, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to request consent number 10 to be removed from the consent agenda, please.
All right, consent 10, we move that to old business 1. Any other changes? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. I would like to go ahead and move into old business 1 right now, just to go ahead and get that done before we move into presentations. So if we could have, do you want to go ahead and start, Council?
Yeah, let me start off. So this consent item basically would validate the vote from last council meeting where we denied a zoning request. The applicant was not obviously expecting the vote that he got, and has taken the feedback that council gave him during that session, and has asked for an extension to for us to come back to us at a later public hearing, considering some of the feedback received from council. So I'd like to give him the 60-day extension, and then either do the motion as is, right, if the applicant cannot meet our requirements, or bring up a new public forum with the changed zoning conditions.
Okay.
So you're doing a motion to reconsider?
I would like to file a motion to reconsider and then defer the public hearing to the June 25th meeting.
Okay.
Is that 2 motions? Okay, there's 2 motions. First motion is then motion to reconsider the vote from the, April 9th council meeting.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries.
Okay.
Next motion.
Then the second motion would be to defer to the public hearing to the meeting of June 25th.
Okay, staff is good with that? We're good? Okay. Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, we'll move now to presentations. We have several proclamations tonight. We'll start with the Civilian Law Enforcement Professionals Week 2024, which is April 21st through April 27th. And tonight we have Chief Armstrong, who's here with Apex Police, and many members of the Apex Police Department to receive the proclamation. But if I could have everyone to join me down, we'll read that together. So we'll go in front. Present it. All right, again, this is Civilian Law Enforcement Professionals Week 2024. Kicking us off tonight is Councilmember Mahaffey.
All right. Civilian Law Enforcement Professionals Week 2024. Whereas civilian law enforcement professionals play an essential role in assisting the Apex Police Department in helping to coordinate their functions, and
whereas these individuals are key contributors to the aspects of public relations and outreach between Apex Police Department and the Apex community, and
Whereas the work these civilian law enforcement professionals do often goes unrecognized and is underappreciated, and it requires expertise in communications, project management, criminal justice system, community service, and engagement, and more. And
Whereas these professionals fulfill vital roles in our police department, such as administration, records management, evidence and equipment management, victim advocating, crisis counseling, crime analysis, accreditation, policy compliance, and more. And
whereas the town of Apex is grateful for these men and women who have dedicated their careers to the service of helping keep our town safe.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the week of April 21st through April 27, 2024 as Civilian Law Enforcement Professionals Week in the town of Apex, and extend my heartfelt gratitude to the excellent civilian law enforcement professionals in our police department who contribute greatly to its success. Signed this 23rd day of April 2023. So if y'all would come up and receive the proclamation. All right. Chief, thank you so much for all the great work by the police department and civilians. Nicole, I know what you did. Thank you so much for everything. Would you like to say a few words? Sure. All right, we'll have to take a picture. Nicole.
First, Mayor and Council, I want to thank you all for supporting this effort and recognizing the amazing work that our professional staff does for us. We are the only police department that I know of in the country that recognizes our professional staff with a proclamation like this. And this was something that we added a couple years ago because we saw a void where we weren't paying the honor and the respect to everybody in our organization for the work that they do and how they contribute in the space. And especially when it comes to our professional staff. I was at an event this morning and I had people from other organizations coming up to me and telling me how wonderful it was to work with some of our professional staff because of the quality that they bring and their commitment to helping the people of Apex and the people in this area because other people are able to call on them for help and assistance. So we are definitely grateful, and we all benefit from their contributions to the Apex Police Department and to this community. And we can't thank them enough. So thank you all.
All right, it is Apex Small Business Week 2024. We have a proclamation for this, and kicking us off tonight is Councilmember Gray, Mayor Pro Tem Gray. Step up.
It's one of my favorite weeks. Proclamation for Apex Small Business Week 2024. Whereas for more than 60 years, the U.S. Small Business Administration has celebrated National Small Business Week, which honors the critical contributions of entrepreneurs and small business owners across the United States, acknowledging their resilience, innovation, and dedication. And
whereas in Apex, there are more than 2,000 small businesses which help form the character of our town, provide goods and services to our residents, and drive economic growth and innovation. And
whereas in North Carolina, small businesses account for 99.6% of the businesses in the state and employ 44.5% of the state's workforce. And
whereas from April 28th to May 4th, 2024, the town of Apex and our small business partners have created a week of activities to celebrate our local small businesses and support their achievements and contributions. And
whereas the town of Apex is excited to celebrate Small Business Week and privileged to be home to so many small business owners and employees that help keep Apex such a thriving location to live, work, and play.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the week of April 28th through May 4th, 2024 as Apex Small Business Week in the town of Apex. There you go. And we encourage all residents to support our array of small businesses in our town during this week and all weeks, signed this 23rd day of April 2024. This evening, we have Colleen Moraes, our small business manager, and representatives of the Apex Small Businesses to receive the proclamation. If you're a small business owner, come on up. We want to recognize you. Thank you.
We don't bite. How's it going?
This is to all of you.
Yeah. There we go, yeah.
Everybody this way.
All right, thank you, small business owners. We now move to our third proclamation, Think Apex Day 2024. And we have a proclamation kicked off tonight by Councilwoman Killingsworth.
Think Apex Day 2024. Whereas Think Apex Day was created in 2017 from the vision of former council member and Mayor Pro Tem Nicole Dozier as a day to organize volunteer events and activities that bring the community together in order to improve the town and positively impact the people that live here. And
Whereas this year, Think Apex Day will host projects in several different categories of improvement around Apex, such as Think Refresh, Think Create, Think Revitalize, Think Earth, Think Clean, and Think Donate. And
whereas each year the town is proud to host its annual Think Apex Awards ceremony, which recognizes individuals, businesses, and nonprofit organizations that help make a difference in our community. And
whereas the top thinkers for the Think Apex Awards in 2024 were TJ Evans with Progressive Taekwondo Academy, Colleen McDermott and Shield NC, with honorable mentions going to Olivia Scott, Charlie Madeline Faith and Fashion Boutique, Austin Kruger, and Bella Angels Incorporated. And
Whereas Apex is at its best when all of its organizations and individuals are working together to ensure Apex remains the peak of good living, and that is what Think Apex Day is set out to do.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim Saturday, April 27, 2024, as Think Apex Day in the town of Apex, and encourage all residents to spend this day in organized or individual activities that seek to make Apex a better place for all, signed this 23rd day of April, 2024. So if you are a Think Apex recipient, award recipient, or volunteer, come on up. That should be everybody in the room, I think. I'm just kidding. And I do want to recognize Barbara Balisic, our small business specialist, and all the work you have done with the Think Apex Awards. Thank you.
Squeeze in as much as you can right there. Like this way.
See you Saturday.
All right, I want to thank my colleagues for assisting with the proclamation readings. We'll move now into presentation 4, Town of Apex Language Access Plan, presented tonight by Linda Graham-Jones, our DEI Director, and Celeste Scher, our DEI Coordinator. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you so much.
Look forward to the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Linda Jones, your DEI Director, and I'm joined tonight for the presentation by Celeste Scher, the DEI Coordinator. I would also like to recognize Susan Clifford, who is our Building Integrated Communities Representative. Susan? Our community partner, Fiesta Christiana, Claudia Obiedo, and Jeanette Casales. Claudia's here with us tonight.
Hey, Claudia.
And of course, our staff members that are on the team, Alan Coleman, Town Clerk, Stacy Galloway, our Communications Director, and Steffi Bowden, our Front Desk Receptionist. At your retreat on February the 15th of this year, I provided an overview of the Language Access Collaborative process and scope of work in partnership with Building Integrated Communities and Fiesta Christiana. And tonight we are presenting our findings, proposed framework, and implementation action items. A copy of the plan has been provided for you in your packet beginning on page 352. Just, a little detail note there. This evening, we ask that council consider approving the Language Access Plan, or LAP as we call it. This plan provides a starting place for building stronger connections and reducing barriers for residents who speak languages other than English. We are really excited to present this proposed town-wide action plan to you tonight, which positions Apex to be a leader across North Carolina in language access. This is a living document, so at your direction, we plan to continue to build on the policies and procedures included in the plan, get feedback from residents, educate our town staff on service delivery, and use technology in providing creative implementation tactics. We also ask for the opportunity to provide you an update at your next council retreat in February 2025. We, of course, the team, will be happy to answer any questions at the end of the presentation. So now, Celeste Scher, again, the DEI Coordinator, will walk you through the proposed framework and implementation plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council, and residents. My name is Celeste Scher, and I'm the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Coordinator for the town. I am pleased to present to you all the proposed Language Access Plan, which includes proposed policies, procedures, implementation, and action items. This plan incorporates feedback from our collaboration with community partner, Fiesta Christiana, along with the language data from the town's internal language capacity assessment and data from the U.S. Census Bureau's American Community Survey, along with the guidance from the Language Access Collaborative through UNC Chapel Hill. In this plan, we utilize the safe harbor metrics and the framework outlined by the Department of Justice and LEP.gov. Here are the plan components that I will be giving an overview for this evening on the following slides. As Linda mentioned, this has been a team effort. It has been a pleasure to work in tandem with Fiesta Christiana, with Claudia Obiedo, Director of Congressional Life for Fiesta Christiana, and Jeanette Casales, Family Support Manager for Fiesta Christiana. This plan aligns with the town's mission and strategic priorities. The town of Apex is committed to its mission of delivering exceptional public service that fosters opportunities for individuals and the community to live, thrive, and reach their full potential. To accomplish this mission and achieve the town's goals of fostering a welcoming community, high-performing government, environmental leadership, responsible development, and economic vitality. It is imperative to ensure all residents have meaningful access to town services and programs, irrespective of their preferred language or English-speaking proficiency. Limited English proficiency is defined in this language access plan as individuals who identified as speaking English less than very well captured from the U.S. Census Bureau's American Community Survey. And so on this slide, you can see that from the data that we have 49,474 residents who speak only English of the ages of 5 and older, 11,988 residents from the population estimate who speak language other than English, and those that identify speaking less than English very well, 2,562, which is 4.2%. On this slide, we have the legal requirements associated with limited English and language access. Along with this slide, you can find an Appendix A in your document, which is located on page 21 in the Language Access Plan, or page 372 in your agenda packet, which covers, in addition to the items on this slide, Title VI Civil Rights Act of 1964, Executive Order 13166, Improving Access and Services, and the town's non-discrimination policy, which includes limited English proficiency. So how does one capture the language support needs? On page 8 in the LAP plan and page 359 in the agenda packet, you will see that the languages are categorized by language groups, which are Spanish, other Indo-European languages, Asian and Pacific Island languages, and other languages. To identify the individualized languages within the aggregated language groups from the U.S. Census data, household language analysis was conducted using the public use microdata in conjunction with the individual analysis. The highlighted portions are the LEP languages that require review of safe harbor parameters and the identified strategic languages. So those that are highlighted would be Spanish and Chinese. To initiate the development of the plan, the U.S. Department of Justice recommends conducting the 4-factor analysis, which examines number of proportion of LEP individuals in the community, frequency of contact within the LEP community, which we'll review on the following slides, nature and importance of services. The town provides essential services, which include public safety services. Resources available. To ascertain the available resources for language assistance, the town evaluated its internal assets, which encompass bilingual staff, interpreter and translation services, and the current funding designation for language services. Several departments receive funding specifically allocated for language assistance, which includes the use of telephonic services. The identified strategic languages that you can see on this slide, we use the Department of Justice safe harbor threshold, which is defined as 5% or 1,000 individuals, whichever is less, to determine the requirement for translation services. Upon reviewing the data, the town of Apex is committed to translating essential documents into both Spanish and Chinese. Further assessment is required to determine whether the documents undergo translation into traditional Chinese or simplified Chinese. So, for the frequency that our town of Apex departments interact with residents who prefer to speak English or prefer to speak languages other than English, we conducted the internal language capacity assessment, which was a survey that was sent out to all departments. And on this slide, you can see the findings. Spanish, Hindi, Chinese, and Russian were reported by 8 departments as often interactions. 17 departments reported occasional interactions with the previously identified preferred language in addition to Vietnamese. And 7 departments mentioned using bilingual employees to translate and interpret materials, which is not required by their job responsibilities, and they are not currently compensated for this added responsibilities. As I've already stated, multiple departments receive funds dedicated towards language services. And as we reviewed the language assistance lines from the police department, Spanish was the dominant language request at 82.6% from calls seeking language assistance. Beyond the language capacity assessment, we worked in collaboration with Fiesta Cristiana to have stakeholder engagement. And it's important to note that we partner as a town with Fiesta Cristiana beyond the language access plan. From the Home Repair Fair, Faith Action ID, Hispanic Heritage Month, Latino Arts Festival. They held an open house recently this past year, and the town of Apex was present providing resources. So we look forward to continuing our work with Fiesta Cristiana. And they provided recommendations back to us, which is how we shaped the plan, our policies and procedures, our proposed plan, policies and procedures, which include the community would be more responsive if there was someone that they could call that spoke Spanish via over the phone, a live person beyond telephonic services, providing resources in other languages at Town Hall and other Town of Apex department buildings, and additionally offering information on translation and interpretation services with further support community needs. I would also like to note they provided additional feedback that you can find on page 11 in the language access plan, which also encompasses the accessibility gaps, and they provided insight regarding the stress and emotional hardships that these particular barriers place on the community, not only towards not being able to start your essential services and utilities, but also the health and wellness restraints as well. And taking that feedback, this is what has shaped the proposed policies and proposed procedures. So for the policies, we have notice of availability of language assistance services, interpretation and translation, and staff and training. And from the policy side, the notice of availability and language assistance services, the town will ensure reasonable actions to notify individuals who are LEP of their right to language assistance services. The notice will include information regarding the eligibility and availability of language services, instructions on requesting services, and notices will be translated into the town's identified strategic languages. Policies for interpretation and translation. The town will offer interpretation and translation services to residents free of charge, and the town will use qualified interpreters and translators that are competent, trained, and culturally sensitive. Policies for staff training. The town will develop and establish staff and training policies that shall include training and education for Town of Apex employees, interpretation and other select language access policies and procedures, best practices when working with LEP individuals, and determine how bilingual, multilingual staff may provide support across the organization while ensuring equitable distribution of work. From the procedures for determining the need for language assistance. This would include at point of first contact with LEP individuals. The staff will exert reasonable efforts to evaluate the necessity for language assistance. These modalities are outlined on page 15 of the LAP plan. Procedures for identification of preferred language and language services and data collection will include how to identify LEP individuals and measure usage, and establish and develop a procedure to collect information about LEP individuals served by the town. Procedures for interpretation and translation. These procedures aim to streamline the process of requesting interpretation and translation services, ensuring a timely and effective response to the language needs of the community, and also how to request language assistance services. Procedures for staff training and education will develop and provide training for Town of Apex employees, and it will focus on best practices for providing effective assistance for LEP individuals, and will ensure compliance with federal regulations related to language access, along with developing and implementing a centralized language assistance resource location. Procedures for monitoring and updating the plan. The Town of Apex Language Access Plan will be assessed and updated annually. right. And so moving from the LAP plan, next I will just outline the proposed implementation and proposed action items for you all. Our number one, which would build capacity for language services. And we propose having a cross-departmental language access subcommittee, a part of the DEI committee that will review town policies and procedures. Departmental appointed language access liaisons that will advocate for language access resources within the respective departments. Assign language access responsibilities to oversee the management and implementation of the language access plan, resources, and training. Develop staff training programs on language services and resources. Consult and collaborate with human resources on the development of a language proficiency assessment and language skills pay stipend for bilingual and multilingual staff. Strengthen language services by securing and finalizing language service contracts, which we have an update. The town will implement a translation platform on the town's website using Recite Me. And if you're not familiar with Recite Me, Recite Me provides a variety of on-demand accessibility solutions to assist with ADA and WCAG web content accessibility guidelines standards while ensuring user-friendly for individuals with disabilities, situational challenges, and language needs through customization and translation options. Furthermore, our implementation and action priority focus will be to respond to specific requests from the community, which will involve developing clear messaging for the process to enhance language access at public meetings and through our utilities department, and also to begin to do outreach to Chinese-speaking and Asian communities to gather stakeholder input on vital document translations, priorities, and other language access priorities. Respond to specific requests from staff, and this would involve developing a clear resource and process beyond telephonic interpretation to assist with interpretation, and to work with the subcommittee to identify those vital documents to coordinate translation into those strategic languages. And the fourth priority for the implementation and action is to respond to compliance and management. So develop notices in strategic languages to inform of a right to free interpretation services, working with the subcommittee to identify data measures and tracking processes to assist with annual analysis, improved services, and to assist the future budget projections, and to respond to complaints and work with the community partner to evaluate improvements after a year. And lastly, to provide an update to council at the 2025 retreat. All right, well, thank you all so much for your time. It's been a pleasure to be able to present to you the proposed language access plan with policies, procedures, and implementation action items. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Well done. Thank you so much. That's awesome. All right. A lot of work, of course, went into this. Any questions from council? I know there are probably comments of appreciation, of course.
Well, certainly, if you're taking time for comments, I will say this is a great effort and a good step forward. As we all have heard in the news lately, DEI gets a little bit of a hit every now and then. I'm not quite sure why. I don't understand why the things our grandmothers used to teach us, which is be polite, be welcoming, be open, gets such scrutiny nowadays. But I will say this, what this will allow us to do is be able to provide better access to the services and programs that we provide for all who are here. So that's great work. It's absolutely necessary work. It helps us do what we need to do. So thank you so much for this hard work. And I'll tell you, I'm proud to have a DEI staff here.
I'll double down on that one. I think it's a great acknowledgement that our town is very diverse in nature, that we have multiple peoples represented in the town of Apex, right? And to be welcoming and open and transparent to all of the residents in our town. And I thank the DNI staff to get us to this point. I'm absolutely supportive and looking forward to the implementation recommendations that you guys are going to bring forward to us. So thank you very much for this first leap, right? And let's make it happen.
All right.
I agree with everything. I did have two small questions about the presentation and about the plan. The first, I guess, just sort of focusing on this meeting we're in now. Did you guys have any thoughts about language access for town council meetings and making that more accessible? I know we stream this and there's some auto translation services maybe. Do we think that's sufficient, or do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, so I will answer if you want me to. We are going to, part of the implementation process is to identify those particular gaps in the type of equipment that is needed. We will be working with Alan to streamline that process a little bit better than what we have. So yes, definitely thought is being given.
Thank you. My other question, another small question is, I was surprised I didn't see people who are hard of hearing and sign language mentioned in the presentation. Do you have any thoughts on the need for that and how that fits in with the plan?
Yes, that is coming. Actually, Susan, do you mind speaking on that a little bit and how we'll work that in the plan? Okay. Susan is our building integrated community, so.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. Yes, we have seen in lots of different municipalities and counties, and even talk at the state of some unification of both services to the deaf and hard of hearing and visual folks with visual impairments, being able to kind of bring that together with language services coordination. And so that is something that we recommend and encourage to happen for efficiency of, you've got a language access coordinator, and that's where you go to ask for a sign language interpreter or for CART services or for to help you think through how to have inclusive events and make sure everyone's aware of important emergency messages. So yes, as Linda mentioned, that will be incorporated as well under the language access services. Excuse me, just keeping in mind that those are different laws that they come from. So sometimes compliance might need to be taken into account. Excuse me, my allergies. Thanks.
Thank you. Excellent work, guys.
I wanted her to make sure that we had that understanding because we do have to be in compliance with some of the laws. Again, we will also streamline that process.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
I just want to add one more thing. All the partners that you mentioned, I really appreciate all the work they do. Fiesta Cristiana, thank you. You do so much. We appreciate you. Thank you. Yes. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, we got a second.
It's a motion thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not a motion. Sorry. Okay.
We got to approve it.
Please.
I thought it was informational. Sorry.
It's all good. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
I wish you'd made the motion in Dutch.
Do what?
Made the motion in Dutch.
I was gonna, the only little nitpicky, I don't see Dutch in the list, which is really disappointing to me.
They're working
We're
on
still
it.
growing. We're still growing.
There's at least one Dutch-speaking resident in Apex.
She did
Maybe
say
one,
this was a living document.
Okay, all right. So I just need to create more Dutch-speaking people.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Seriously, we really do appreciate your support, and the comments that you made here tonight is very inspiring, and it will give us the opportunity to continue to do what we are supposed to be doing to help other individuals in the town of Apex. So thank you.
We'll see you in 2025. All right, thanks again. We'll move now to setting of the regular meeting agenda. We're going to add a closed session item, North Carolina General Statute 143.318.11A3, to consult with the attorney. With that addition, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
All right, Gant, motion.
Second.
Second, Killingsworth. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries unanimously. We have a set agenda. We'll move now to a public forum. This is an opportunity for the community to present to council. Please follow the public participation policy. 3 minutes, of course, unless you have 4 more people in your group, you get 9 minutes. But please follow the series of lights. We have quite a few people speaking tonight. So as I get the list from Mr. Clerk, thank you, sir. We'll move right into it. The first speaker tonight is Elizabeth Ray Stitt. Thank you.
Mayor, Town Council, good evening. On behalf of the Friendship community, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the new town manager, Mr. Vosberg. Welcome. We look forward to getting to know you. We also want to thank Sean Purvis for his time. We tried not to wear him down too much while he was serving as interim manager, but we do want to say thank you as well. And then segueing to other thank yous, I was very excited Friday when the budget was posted online. You know what I was looking for. So I did see the funding for the improvements to Friendship Road intersection. It does go a long ways to helping the congestion in our area. But we have a little more work to do because even with the turn lanes that you put in, it's not going to flow properly without the signal. And I understand that currently, right now, we don't have funding for the signal portion. So I'm trying to figure out how much money that is. And then I'm going to start campaigning to go find that money, as you guys well know. Plan to hit Holly Springs up, plan to hit DOT. But if there's some other non-traditional sources that you need my community and I to go campaign for some money, let me know. I'm glad to have the opportunity to do that. In the short term, however, if we could have a traffic officer, we've looked at how do we reduce the amount of time that we need somebody, and we have 2 1-hour windows from 7 to 8 a.m. in the morning, and then from 5 to 6 p.m. in the evenings. It would go a long ways because what's happening today is obviously there's a lot of people playing the game of chicken, darting into the traffic. We're having more accidents. We did talk to DOT. They're going to get us the latest figures for the last 12, 18 months because there's been many more of those. But we're having some road rage. We're having people getting frustrated. They're honking their horns a lot more. They're doing some crazy cut-throughs. It's just getting to a point where we need something to bring the temperature down. Every time we have an accident, we do see that a police officer stays or checks it the next couple days, and it's a whole lot better. And that's why we're asking for a traffic officer just for 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the afternoon. And that's it for tonight. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. All right. Don Cozzolino.
Can we take this picture down?
Oh.
I don't know, like sitting here looking at myself.
I'm fine with it. Yeah. I like looking at myself.
Yeah, zoom in.
Dawn Castellino, 3632 Bosco Road. Good evening, everyone. As you heard from Elizabeth, I'm also very excited about the funding for this intersection of Friendship and Old US 1 for the turning lanes. And it's a big step. It's not all the way, but it's a big step to improving the traffic. Folks listening, watching tonight, you may know this intersection. It's a stop sign onto two-way traffic, east and west. And it just backs up and it causes a lot of stress. It causes a lot of dangerous driving. It's almost like you have to be, SpaceX to kind of jump out onto the highway. Shouldn't be that way, right? We can do better with that intersection. And there has been an uptick in accidents as well. And the DOT has been really a great partner. I worked with them for a traffic study, actually, or safety study, I should call it, for Bosco Road. That is also very dangerous, there's no visibility, it's on a hill. And with their partnership, getting this safety information and partnering and collaborating with them, we were able to get warning those orange intersection warning signs, because people, I don't even think were aware there was a road and folks live out on that road. So there's a lot that we've been doing, ourselves, but, just asking that you guys work as well with some of the solutions, recommendations for a traffic cop. There was also something I thought might be interesting. It's a little techie, but at the Chatham VinFast site, if you're familiar, they've been building out there, there's constructing. It's on a very curvy road. They had these freestanding traffic lights, and they were metering without a person at all. They were metering with red and green lights the traffic on a closed lane, which I thought was pretty impressive. I don't know how the tech work. I'm not going to pretend to know how the tech work, but it's just another thought or an idea about, until we get to that point where we have the traffic light, we have the metering, we have the extra lanes, and we can, allow people to drive and understand the rules of the road and not feel stressed, not feel compelled to be frustrated and angry. And so I ask that we just look into different solutions, and we're going to keep working with DOT and on our end and supporting this effort. It's very important for people's welfare and for everybody's peace and these times. So thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, Dawn. Danya? I want to remind you to please give your address with your name as well for the record. Thank you.
410 James Street. My name is Danya. I'm a Palestinian American born and raised in North Carolina. I stand before you today, expelled from stolen land on stolen land. Gaza is a strip of land smaller than Raleigh. It is densely populated by 2.1 million native Palestinians, 50% children living under years of oppression, occupation, and siege. This land in the last 37 days has been turned into a demolition site by USA-backed Israel. It's become an assortment of body parts of the dead, innocent Palestinian men, women, and children. A 99.5% civilian death toll. Dead doctors, dead journalists, dead UN staff members, dead NICU infants, remnants of Native people's homes, hospitals, churches, schools, any and everything turned to rubble. A melting pot, the American dream. We have stood idly by as Israel publishes lies blindly endorsed by the President of the United States. The same United States that was built on the backs of indigenous people, nurtured by the Africans that were brought here in slavery. The same president who is sending $14.3 billion of my Palestinian American tax dollars to fund the extermination of my lineage in Palestine. Is your pedestal obstructing your view of these atrocities because your children don't look like these children? Are you just pretending that you're not watching a genocide happen on your phone? I see myself in these children. I see my parents, I see my siblings, my nephews, my cousins. I see my family. I don't have the privilege of disassociating from the Palestinians who are being wiped off the earth. We could have spared the lives of more than 5,000 children if our leaders listened to the millions of people across the globe urging for a ceasefire. I gave this speech on November 23rd of 2023. I'm here today, almost 7 months later, and today marks 200 days of genocide. And Gaza has become more than a demolition site. In the last 200 days, it has become a haunting place made up of your worst nightmares. It is overtaken by famine, anguish for lost loved ones, stories of unspeakable atrocities, and desperation to end genocide. The 14,000 children dead today could have been spared by a ceasefire 7 months ago. And now the president has sent $26 billion of my Palestinian American tax dollars to fund Israel's crimes. It is unbelievable that I have been forced to find creative ways to say genocide is bad. I grew up on James Street. I will pass by my house today after I leave here and reminisce on my childhood. And when the people of Gaza pass their childhood homes, there is nothing there except dust and their dead family members. Please pass a ceasefire.
Thank you. Lexus Kennedy. Ms. Kennedy, you have indicated you have four more people?
Oh,
with you?
yes.
All right. If they would please stand. All right. Mr. Clerk, 9 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty then. My name is Alexis Kennedy, 106 Buckhaven Court. Good evening, council members. I have a few things that I would like to address, which involved the incident during mine and Lama's speech last meeting. Lama, a young, intelligent Palestinian woman, was speaking about the atrocities that were being committed against her family and her people. It took great courage for her to speak about her personal trauma that is being spread via Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter on live stream for the whole world to witness. It took courage for Lama to come up here to speak for her people and her family. Her speech was a mere 4.5 minutes. The Zionist that was sitting directly behind her could not even handle that and had to shuffle his papers and toss them around, throw up graphs and pictures to distract her and intimidate her. But Lama kept her voice clear and held her poise. What we witnessed is just a tiny glimpse of what Palestinians have to go through on a daily basis in Gaza and West Bank. With Zionists that even in peaceful protests, they have to aggressively attack. Afterwards, it was the Zionist time to speak, and we all respected it and listened with no interruptions. At the end of the meeting, it was not enough for the Zionist. He had to come across the way and try to hand us paperwork, and we respectfully declined. And he couldn't take no for an answer, trying to intimidate our group. And we were very lucky that we had the police department and our police chief to protect us and de-escalate the situation, because he was taking no for an answer. And I would like to take a moment and acknowledge both police officers that assisted us here in Apex. We are extremely lucky to have a community that protects us, but who is protecting Palestine? I do have to say, the Zionists did have a valid point, and called out that neither one of our speeches called for peace. And I agree, we didn't call for peace. Because peace doesn't mean justice. Peace doesn't mean liberation. You can have peace and injustice at the same time. You can have oppression and peace at the same time. True peace cannot be achieved until oppression is stopped, until the genocide has stopped, until the apartheid has stopped in Palestine. And while we don't have peace at this moment, there is a bountiful amount of love and value of life from the people that are asking for a bare minimum ceasefire. There's a picture in front of you that is our future. And I would like to take a moment and have the people that are in that picture stand up so that you know that these are Apex residents that went to Washington, D.C. to support humanity. If you're wondering what our message means, this picture sums it all up for you. This is who is asking for a ceasefire. This is who is asking for a free Palestine. The people in the picture are looking at their fellow humans and recognize them as an individual, as a community, and a culture to be protected. My last speech, I spoke of the world being a complex puzzle. And after seeing this picture in Washington, D.C., I realized it was more than that. We are far more beautiful than a puzzle. We are a collective that are more like a kaleidoscope. When you look at the individual pieces, they're different, beautiful, uniquely shaped. But when you put them together, you make a kaleidoscope. And you look into the light, and the beauty is unexplainable, making beautiful patterns with every turn. And that is what diversity and humanity looks like to me and to us, who are asking for a ceasefire
We are a collective of unique pieces, different backgrounds, different ethnicities, different religions, who look to the light. And we are all united on the idea of never again means never again for everyone. Free Palestine. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jeff Hastings.
Thank you, Mayor, Town Council. Welcome, Town Manager. I just wanted to say that next Saturday is Peak Fest. I've seen some of you volunteer to help out at 5:30 in the morning. Jock, I mean, Mayor, please. I just want to take a chance, take this.
Mic off.
Yeah, okay.
Just kidding.
I just want to take an opportunity to thank the town for all that y'all have done to help Peak Fest. We'll have 110 arts and crafts vendors. We have 26 nonprofits. We have 21 sponsors. We have the town well represented. We have another 19 food trucks that'll be here. And so I didn't want to say thank you after the fact. I want to say thank you before the fact for all that the town does to help us to pull this off. And we couldn't do it without everybody at the table. And just thank you very much. So we'll see you on May 4th and hope for sunny weather. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, that was the last speaker for Public Forum. I want to thank everyone who came out to speak tonight. All right. Thank you. All right. Okay, we will transition now into public hearings. And we have public hearing number 1, annexation number 777, 2014 Lufkin Road, presented by Diane Ken.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. This is at 2014 Lufkin Road that is located in the easternmost part of our jurisdiction, our area. This property is adjacent to the Pinnacle Park Center non-residential subdivision. You probably can see here best, it's zone tech flex conditional zoning. It was rezoned in 2018. The developer is ready to add it to their Pinnacle Park Center, and so they are requesting annexation at this time. Staff is recommending approval.
All right, questions for Ms. Ken? All right, hearing none. We'll go ahead and open up public hearing for comment. No one signed up, we'll close it. It's back to council for possible motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion Killingsworth, second. Mahaffey, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. We'll move now to public hearing 2. Rezoning case 24 CZ 02 5836 Old Smithfield Road, Shelley Mayo.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
This project is located at the very southeastern section of the town's jurisdiction. It is actually immediately adjacent to the municipal agreement line with Holly Springs. The property that you see highlighted here, it measures about 2.2 acres. It is currently zoned rural residential, and the applicant is requesting that it be rezoned to planned commercial conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map supports this zoning district. It designates it currently as mixed use, medium density residential, office employment, and commercial services. Let me get back to the aerial. There we go. As you can see, it's located on the north side of Old Smithfield Road, east of the 55 bypass, and just south of the new 540 section. The site contains a single-story building, non-residential, with a gravel parking lot. The northern part of the site, as you can see, is mostly wooded, and the reason that this property line here is kind of a squiggle is because it's mostly made up of an existing intermittent stream. The applicants are here and happy to answer any questions once we're done. Their father, Billy Hinton, constructed this building in 1975 and operated a bar and event venue out there for several decades. During the town's 2007 extraterritorial jurisdiction, ETJ, expansion, neither Wake County staff nor the owners were able to present the town staff with any zoning approvals for the business. Because of that, the parcel was zoned rural residential when it was brought into the town's ETJ. That was kind of just our basic, that was our background district at the time. That was what we went with if we didn't have any other kind of approvals or any other designation at the time. At that time, the use was deemed a legal non-conforming use and was permitted to continue operation. We have several businesses like this throughout the town, and the legal part is all that's really important at that point. In the late 2000s, however, the site was used as a church instead. Because it changed over to that church use, the bar and event venue use was lost. The non-conforming status was lost. Per UDO section 10.2, if a non-conforming use is discontinued or abandoned for a period of more than 6 consecutive months, then that use may not be reestablished or resumed with the existing zoning district. The applicants currently rent the building as an assembly hall for profit, so that kind of an event venue as well, which is not compliant with the current rural residential zoning district. The applicants are requesting that the property be rezoned to planned commercial conditional zoning in order to bring the zoning into compliance for that use and to obtain an ABC permit to permit beer and wine at events. If approved, the proposed conditions will result in minimal required improvements to the existing site, which will allow the local small business to legally continue as a social hub in this historically underserved and African-American community. Per the UDO, the applicant did conduct 2 neighborhood meetings. Those were held on January 29th and March 13th, and those reports are in your packet. In order to work with the applicants and make certain that they could continue to use their site and that would work with the intent of the UDO, even though they have some restrictions because of the existing property, town staff worked with them on some slightly unusual zoning conditions. So I'm going to go over them, but I'm not going to read them word for word for you. They are word for word on this PowerPoint though. So if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. The 3 permitted uses that the applicants requested are assembly hall, for-profit and nonprofit, and church or place of worship. So that would mean they'd be able to rent it out as an event venue for a variety of different types of event, regardless of whether it was for a for-profit situation or nonprofit. And if, say, on Sundays, perhaps they don't get a lot of regular party business, they can also rent it out as a church at the same time without using or losing any of their grandfathering or anything like that. The existing non-conforming site will not be subject to UDO sections 8 and 9, except as stated in these conditions and provided that all of the conditions that will be listed are met. So the existing buildings will follow our non-conforming structures ordinance, and that basically means that no additional buildings are going to be built on site. If the existing building is damaged or destroyed beyond the amount listed in the UDO, then it would, if it had to be reconstructed, then it would meet the minimum architectural conditions that you typically see on non-residential rezonings. So that way, if something happens, we can still make sure that anything in the future meets our typical requirements. The total built upon area for the site won't exceed the 12% that the UDO permits without a stormwater control measure. That's in the UDO, but we wanted to call that specifically out. There are a few exemptions in the UDO that it could meet, and those are permitted in this condition as well. Whoops, I hadn't gotten down far enough, I apologize. In addition, the applicants are maintaining the 100-foot riparian buffer at the northwestern corner of the property and the 50-foot buffer at the rear property line, except if they need to install sewer infrastructure or SCMs. That's pretty consistent with what we normally see. And And the sewer, of course, will be designed to minimize any impacts if necessary. The applicants have also agreed to dedicate any of the riparian buffers as resource conservation so that it's protected in perpetuity. Then, because the site is unusual and has some existing structures on it, we had to work with the applicants on their perimeter buffer requirements. So the buffer along Old Smithfield Road will be a 15-foot type E buffer. Now this happens along roads like this on a fairly regular basis. The UDO actually allows people to reduce their buffer width in exchange for additional RCA elsewhere. So this is not unusual, it's just making it a condition. The buffer along the western property line will be a 10-foot existing undisturbed buffer. That's the one adjacent to the single-family home. There's several large trees over there, and the sisters have agreed to leave those trees as is. Along the eastern property line, there will not be a required buffer, but that's because there's an existing sewer easement where that buffer would go. We don't allow any vegetation within our sewer easements, so it would just, yeah. Then the next condition is that the site will not require traffic impact analysis and no road improvements will be required. This is except for any improvements required for safe ingress or egress for vehicles or emergency services. Things like paving the driveway, if the driveway location needs to be shifted to make sure that it's at the optimal location, that kind of stuff. We worked with the traffic impact or traffic staff, and they're fine with that. This type of use has a fairly low traffic threshold, so they were not concerned about that. Russell's, of course, here to answer any questions that you have, though. And then, typically speaking, we require that parking lots be paved with either concrete or asphalt. In this situation, because the existing parking lot's already there, it's already gravelled, this is a use, this is a minority-owned use in all the good stuff. We agreed that gravel is acceptable in this spot and added a condition for it. And then any parking in VUA areas will not be required to be set back from a required buffer. Normally that requires 5 feet. However, instead we'll require wheel stops along the edge of it so that we don't have to worry about cars getting into the trees. There will not be any exterior lighting installed unless a lighting plan is submitted that meets the UDO requirements, except for ADA or building code required stuff. And a dumpster won't be permitted unless it's screened by an enclosure per the UDO. No signs unless they meet the UDO sections, and then we provided a parking calculation because otherwise we would not have one. Planning staff recommends approval. Sorry, I skipped the EAB portion of this. The Environmental Advisory Board met on February 15th, and conditions 4 through 7 and 10 through 13 were presented to the EAB at the time. The EAB thought these were great and had no additional suggestions, so they recommended approval of those. Planning staff recommends approval as proposed by the applicant, and Planning Board reviewed this project this month and unanimously voted to recommend approval as well. We believe the proposed zoning is reasonable and in the public interest because the proposed conditions will allow the applicants to operate their use as it did before it lost its legal non-conforming status. And they'll result in minimal required improvements to the site, allowing this local small business to legally continue in the historically underserved African-American neighborhood. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. The applicants are also here and happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you so much, Shelley. Any
Yeah,
questions?
I did one. Ms. Mayo, is staff concerned about the gravel, and if there's additional activity at this site that, like dust from the gravel, let's say, will start become a nuisance to the nearby residents, and like we're gonna start hearing complaints about this?
Not particularly. It's been gravelled for a very long time, and we've never received any complaints from the neighbors in that area. The owners live right next door, and are pretty tightly wound into their community, so I would expect they would hear more from their neighbors first.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Shelley, I just want to thank you for working with the applicants. That's an iconic building. It goes back many years, so I remember Mr. Hinton and a lot of good memories in that building, so thank you so much for your work with the applicants.
You're welcome.
All right. Any questions for? Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, I've got to open up first. Let me open up public.
sorry.
All right, go ahead and open up public hearing for this item. No one has signed up to speak. We'll close it. Motion approved. Motion, Mahaffey, second, Zigerman. Right?
Yeah.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. Thank you. Congratulations. All right.
You gotta love it when there's a race to move to approve.
Yes, that's always good.
Love that.
Always good. All right, rezoning case number 23, CZ 22, 1013 Olive Chapel Road, presented by Joshua Killian. Good to see you tonight, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Good to see everyone as well. As stated, my name is Joshua Killian with the Planning Department, here to present rezoning case 23 CZ 22, 1013 Olive Chapel Road. So this property is located near the geographical center of the town of Apex's jurisdiction, just on the southern side of Olive Chapel Road. As you can see here, it is roughly about 2 acres. It is nestled between Dogwood Ridge community and the Cameron Park community to the east and west, and also to the south. Across the street to the north is a property that is currently also in the same RA zoning classification, but then you have Olive Chapel Park that is just adjacent to it, which is planned unit development. And I also want to make note of 2 properties that are gonna come up in conversation. This one here is the Maynard Pearson Historic Home, which is home to the Apex Historical Society. And then these properties to the east, which are gonna be referred to as the King properties, to the west, or to the east, excuse me. The current zoning is residential agricultural. The adjacent zoning to the north of across Olive Chapel Road, again, residential agricultural, planned unit development, and then the King property is office and institutional conditional use. And then the neighborhoods that are to the east, the east and the south are medium density conditional use. The proposed zoning for this property is medium density conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map identifies the subject property as medium density residential. The proposed rezoning to medium density conditional zoning is consistent with that land classification. The applicant conducted 2 neighborhood meetings, the first on October 4th, 2023, and the second on January 23rd, 2024. A copy of those neighborhood reports are in your agenda materials. Due to the limited number of homes that will be allowed on this site after this rezoning, the applicant was exempt from meeting with the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Advisory Commission. The Environmental Advisory Board heard the applicant's presentation at their January 18th, 2024 meeting. The zoning conditions suggested by the EAB are listed on page 3 of your staff report, along with the applicant's response to each condition. They have agreed to add 3 of the conditions that were suggested. The one that was not agreed to refers to the permeable grass pavers in the driveways. A full list of the proposed uses and zoning conditions can be found on pages 2 and 3 of your staff report. Zoning condition number 6 is one that I would like to call out for this one in particular. It was a zoning condition agreed to by both Capital Area Preservation and the applicants to provide a fence and vegetative buffer along the common property boundary of this rezoning and the Maynard Pearson home. The planning board held a public hearing on April the 8th, 2024, and unanimously recommended approval with an amendment to zoning condition number 12, but all the other conditions as provided by the applicant. The amended zoning condition would read as follows from what is currently in your staff report. Access to Olive Chapel Road shall be provided by a single right-in, right-out intersection. The 2045 land use map classifies the subject property as medium density residential. The proposed zoning to medium density residential conditional zoning is consistent with that land use classification. Planning recommends approval of rezoning case 23CZ22 with the conditions as offered by the applicant. It is reasonable and in the public interest as it provides for additional single-family homes at a compatible density with the existing neighborhoods in the area and implement stricter environmental conditions than the UDO requires. If you have any questions for myself, I'm happy to answer. The applicant is here and they have a presentation as well.
Any questions for Ms. Killian?
I had three. One is, what's the by right amount of houses that they can put on this site?
It would be 6 units per acre.
By right?
If
we don't do the zoning.
No rezoning?
Yeah.
1 per acre. 1 unit per acre.
So 2 total?
No, 1.
1, okay.
Oh, sorry.
1 unit per 5 acres. RA is the original ETJ.
Yeah. Okay. The land use map shows this whole area as medium density, but the zoning for the parcels to the east are office and institutional. So can you talk about, or maybe Diane, the history of why we don't have the office institutional on the land use map for those sites? And is it not desirable to have that?
I would have to research what year the office and institutional zoning was done.
98. I looked it up.
98. Well,
Yeah.
then that was before I was here, so I don't know why it was rezoned to office institutional. But given that, however many years before the 2045 land use map was adopted, no one put office and institutional. I think we just said if it were to come in for a change, medium density is what's all surrounding it. Of course, they have the legal ability to put office and institutional on that property if they would like. They don't need to worry if it's already zoned.
Okay.
That's what I would guess.
And with the Maynard House, thank you. With the Maynard House, I was a little surprised that there wasn't a desire to try to get the driveway off of Olive Chapel and onto this road instead of cutting it off. So was that ever a discussion or desire from staff or anybody?
That was not a desire from staff and that was not a desire from capital area preservation.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Hearing none, thank you so much. Ms. Shapiro?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Letitia Shapiro from Morningstar Law Group here on behalf of the applicant, Raj Chippa, Ashwini Yalala, Srikanth Nala, and Guru Muni Makula, who are the owners of the parcel and are here this evening. Also here this evening is Don Curry from Curry Engineering, who has been involved in the engineering and design of the site. Joshua did a great job of presenting the case, and I would just like to give you a little bit of background on the case. Here we have 4 individual owners who either grew up together or went to school together and have a desire to build 4 single-family homes to raise their families and plant roots here in Apex. I had the pleasure of conducting the 2 neighborhood meetings, one of which Mr. Curry was involved in and attended. And I have to tell you that this case is the perfect example of why the neighborhood meeting requirement works. We were able to, the neighbors did a great job of letting us know what their concerns were. They gave us that boots on the ground information that we needed, that we actually, engaged in some pretty robust conversation that is reflected in the staff report in the minutes. And because of this information, we were able to dig a little deeper than we usually would in a rezoning, specifically with regard to the stormwater management. And with this information that was provided by the neighbors, we were able to now have a plan that would provide for an underground sand filter at the southern end of the property, which would work with the topography of the site, which runs sort of north to south, in order to collect and mitigate storm drainage. We have proposed a zoning condition that the development meet all of the stormwater requirements of the ordinance, limiting the post-development peak off rate to the pre-development peak off rate for the 2, 10, and 25-year storms. When the applicant first initially did the application, we had two zoning conditions. One was we were going to put solar on every home and put a conduit for EV charging in each garage. And through the process of this rezoning process and navigating, listening to the neighbors, working with staff, and also listening to the recommendations of the Environmental Advisory Board, we now have 14. And so in addition to that stormwater commitment, there are also conditions to replace existing trees greater than 18 inches in diameter that are removed with regard to development of the site and replaced with 1.5-inch caliber native trees from the Town of Apex Design and Development Manual, either on the site or in an alternative location approved by staff. And there's also a commitment to plant warm grasses. And 100% of the homes will be installed with that solar PV system with a minimum of 6 kilowatts. And now each garage will have that 220 outlet for the EV charging. As mentioned earlier, the historic Maynard Pearson House is located adjacent to the property at the northwestern portion of the site. The applicant has proposed a zoning condition, as Joshua had mentioned, with regard to flexibility on providing the desired separation. And there are additional conditions related to use and architectural design. As you can see here, there's a homeowners association covenant that will not restrict the construction of accessory dwelling units. No vinyl sidings, garage doors will have windows and decorative details, and the visible side of the homes on the corner lot facing the public will have one of these three elements. And the rear and side elevations of units that can be seen from the right-of-way will have trim around the windows. And finally, the applicant has committed to some transportation conditions related to access, connectivity to the adjacent site to the east, and the future widening of Olive Chapel Road identified in the transportation plan. And so that is what we have tonight. So we respectfully request approval of the rezoning, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Ms. Shapiro. Any questions?
Yeah, I had a really hard time. I watched the planning board meeting recently and reviewing this. I had a really hard time seeing how the compatibility with the parcel to the east is going to occur with that stub street thing and the road being on right in, right out, and being on maybe one side of the property but not accessing it directly. And so, can you speak to like how this site will be compatible with the site to the east?
So if I could have Don come in and give an explanation of that.
And just to preview what I'm saying, like it seems like the obvious thing would be to have that road go right between these two on the property line and split it to allow for a more cohesive development. But just my opinion about the geometry.
Good evening. My name is Don Curry. I'm with Curry Engineering, 205 South Fuquay Avenue in Fuquay, Varina. We are providing, the plan is to provide access to the parcel to the east, which is the O&I zone property, through at the south end. So we work with staff on that connection. So there'll be a stub to that property. So there will be access to that property. I understand the desire for it to be split along the property line. That would be great. But we don't have control over that adjacent property. So we don't have the ability to do that in this case. But I understand what you're saying. We are providing a connection to it, though.
So with the scenario, let's say it developed into homes as well, according to land use map, and the stubs to the very southern end. So how would that look?
Yeah, it's at the southern end of our property, but it is stubbed to the east. So it's a public road, and we're stubbing to that parcel per staff's request. So if a development occurs on that property, they would have the ability to connect to it as a public road. And their layout would need to conform to that stub location, which is pretty typical. If you're the first one to develop, you kind of work with staff to set those stub locations. And then when future development occurs on vacant parcels next to you, then they connect to that stub.
But wouldn't that kind of imply that there's going to be just this really giant cul-de-sac? Because they're probably not going to have another right in, right out, 100 feet away from this one on Olive Chapel.
So this street is going to be fully developed street, the curb and gutter on both sides, right?
Yes, sir. It's a public street.
Right. So I can conceivably see having homes being developed on the other side of the road conforming to
Well, the way the
being built here.
planning board went, it sounded like it was going to be on the different other side, so it may not be that way.
I think
Condition was removed by the planning board.
that particular condition was edited at the planning board, but I believe staff's recommendation remains with the original language. In either case, we would need to stub to the east. More than likely, that requirement would still remain at the staff level, which is pretty typical when developing a piece of property. You often have to stub to adjacent vacant properties. So we would have to, even if, regardless of where the road is, we would likely have to make that stubbed connection.
But independent of the stub, would there be, if it's on the east side of the parcel instead of the west, would there be driveways be able to access it from that parcel to the east? Similar to would it mirror the other side potentially? Or it sounds like from the sketch it would not be. Would there be a buffer, and then you wouldn't have driveways on it from the east?
Yeah, if it mirrors the layout that we currently have, which does have the road on the east, then if that was flipped and mirrored, then the road would be on the west side, and the cul-de-sac would be south of the homes, and so we would stub from that cul-de-sac to the east once we get past the homes, so there wouldn't be a conflict with the homes or their yards or anything, and that's where we'd make the stub.
Okay, and then there'd be presumably two right in right outs on the western edge of yours, and then the eastern edge of theirs, and it would be kind of a big loop. Is that kind of how it could be arranged?
Potentially. They I don't know how their future connection might work to Olive Chapel. Depends on their layout, but yes, I could foresee another connection, another right in, right out to Olive Chapel, or possibly a full access if it lines up with Kaylee.
Well, there's a home in the way though, right? For that one to happen.
Well, yeah, assuming that home gets, removed if it gets redeveloped. But yeah, you're talking about just if that one piece is that one long skinny piece. I could be wrong. I thought there was one owner that owned all those parcels, but I could be mistaken.
I just want the very best use of that land possible with all three parcels cohesively interacting with each other, if possible.
Yeah,
that's what I want.
And we're doing the best we can to accomplish that by putting a public road on the property and stubbing to the east. That's the best we can do, given the fact that we're only working with that one parcel. But I understand what you're saying.
I didn't see any buffer conditions in the report. So the road will go right up to the property line. There's no buffer planned there.
20 foot.
20 foot.
Yeah. Right.
There is a buffer. I don't remember if the language from the conditions explicitly states a buffer. We do. I believe we do have a buffer called out on the west side along the historic property. Yes.
But not on the east side of the property.
I don't believe we do. No.
Right. So according to these drawings, I don't see any buffer planned here. Right. So conceivably, there would be driveway access from that property to the east.
I hope so. I mean, I hope so. The way I'm not sure the way it's drawn, if that's the case. I'm not sure that's the drawing is what we're going to see in the end either. So, driveway access to this road from the east, could it happen? With this zoning in the future?
From the east.
Yeah.
Based on the current zoning condition that's in the staff report, the road would be located here on the west.
Okay.
And then a stub would go to the east for them to have public street access to build. If it does come in as residential, another residential street. If it's not residential, then they still have a public access here. In the case that this has full build out with a median, if there's no intersection provided here, based on the 4-lane median divided for Olive Chapel Road on the transportation plan, then it may be the best option that they have at least this public road access here to the south.
Okay.
So
Just for a minute, I just wanted to add, because I know there's a lot of speculation about how this would develop in the future. So we did take a close look at this property and had a lot of concerns because it's a very narrow frontage, very deep property. We had concerns with the right in, right out being pushed eastward because of that traffic flow, not just in the interim condition, but because of the ultimate condition as well. So I just worked up a quick schematic to be able to share. And Josh, is it on the?
Okay.
Yeah, so you can see from here, I took their sketch that they had where they had put it on the east side of the property. And, you know, for the interim condition, if you're coming out of here for a right in, right out, a lot of traffic coming out of here, which is not a lot for 4 homes, but it's certainly 4 times the amount you'd have from 1 home. They're going to take a right out, proceed down. Some amount of traffic is going to want to merge into this left turn lane to make a U-turn to go back west because it's restricted access. You know, when this is on the east side of the property, you don't have a lot of space to do that in. That whole movement takes place within about 250 feet. In the future, for a 4-lane road with the right in, right out here on the east side of the property, you see very quickly they're swinging out to the outside lane, having to cross into the next travel lane over, the next through lane, and then get into that left turn lane. So you're really having to make a quick maneuver across those lanes. So that's why we'd recommended the condition, which it sounds like they've accepted, to put it on the western end of the property to give people more time, not just in the interim condition, but the ultimate condition to be able to make that movement. So I know it's hard to visualize. So I know you talked about splitting the property with right in, right out, which typically we would want something like that. But the problem is that puts that right in, right out even closer to Cayley Road, where people are going to want to go out and make that U-turn movement. So ideally, looking at these 3 properties, what you'd have is you'd have a right in, right out for this property located as far west as reasonably possible. To give people time to make that U-turn maneuver. It would have a stub to the east as they've planned to provide access to the parcel to the east, which that parcel would not have a public road access to Olive Chapel Road. And in the future, the property furthest east, the 3rd property, at some point they may be able to move that home. I'm not sure if that home can be demolished or moved, what the plan would be if they redevelop that parcel, but then they could tie in a full movement access at Cayley. So you could have the loop, but the loop would be from this right in, right out as far west as practical to that full movement at Cayley and not have any access in between. So I hope that helps visualize how all these would work together.
And we expect the full access at Cayley in the ultimate Olive Chapel build out, it'd be full access there.
Correct. Yeah, that's where the full movement needs to be.
I thought I understood, and now I'm getting more confused as we talk about this more. Yeah. So what is the condition that's being presented today?
The condition is subject to town and NCDOT approval that the access would be located approximately 350 to 400 feet west of Cayley Road, which is toward the western side of their property.
That's not what the sketch is.
That's correct, and this is not the sketch. The sketch illustrates what they'd shown previously, and it illustrates why putting it on the east side is so problematic, because it's a very quick movement people have to make to merge over, not just in the interim condition, but even worse in the ultimate condition when you have a 4-lane road, because people are going to want to get in the left turn lane to make a U-turn.
So if we have the right in, right out as far west as possible, that implies the road would then be on the western edge of the property. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, as far west as practical, because we'll have to work that out.
The road and then the buffer and then the existing homes next to it. Whereas if it was on the east side, I think what you guys were getting at earlier is you could have these homes, the road, and then
and lot off of that.
And then the future property to the east could develop and tie in directly to that road and have a road with 8 homes on it instead of 4.
Right. Yeah, correct. And that's not the way it would necessarily work out. And the layout for that property to the east, it's hard to speculate on exactly how that would be, but they would be required for residential development. For similar situation like that to also stub to the east, so that would provide that connectivity through from the westernmost parcel to the easternmost parcel to provide future connectivity.
I think I understand. And to be clear again, the condition today is the original, is the staff recommended condition of restricting it to the west.
That's correct.
And not the planning board recommendation of removing that and letting it have more flexibility.
That's my understanding, yes, and I apologize for not attending planning board. I was away at a conference, but yeah.
And staff assuming in this case that the U-turn is going to happen there and not at the light with the peakway.
It's just natural driver behavior. They're going to take the first possible U-turn opportunity. That's correct. And it's, in a lot of ways, it's easier to make a U-turn at a location like this, which is a lower volume neighborhood intersection, as opposed to trying to make a U-turn at a traffic signal where you're competing with right turns, higher volumes.
Okay, yeah.
So if the road is going to be on the western side, the western edge of the property, will that still work with the stormwater retention that's on the schematic here? So in terms of the natural topography of the site, I know there was a lot of feedback or concern from the neighboring residents about the runoff, right? And so there seems to be, at least on the picture here, or the presentation that's was just shown, the SCM, kind of the southwestern corner of the property. Can that be moved if the road now needs to come through there? So where would that stormwater retention go?
Well, that's the low point, so it has to go there.
And that's what I'm asking, right? So if it's not even a possibility to move the road to the west side, then the whole conversation is kind of moot here.
We the property drains from the north to the south, so that is the low point of the property. We would need to look at that and see what we could do to make that work, and try to make the stormwater work in that southern area. Once we get some good field survey and get some topography on the property, and we start our detailed design, we would see what we could do to make that happen.
But the condition will still stand that the 25-year storm condition. And,
yes, sir. No change in that.
No change.
No change in that condition. Yeah. That's right. And we've been talking to the neighbors about their concern with the runoff running to the south with this existing subdivision south of the property, and the proposed mitigation with this condition with the 25-year storm will certainly help. That's above and beyond what the standard requirement is. So we're sensitive to that with the neighbors, and that came out during our conversations in the neighborhood meetings.
Right. And so I'm a little bit. I think we just talked it through, but just for clarity, because there seems to be a disconnect between the staff, the conditions as outlined in our staff reports, and the picture that we're looking at here, right? And so, has the applicant accepted the conditions as outlined by staff, or is there a dispute here?
So, ideally, when we were going back and forth with staff, ideally we would like the flexibility to not have that's strict language after we agreed to the right in, right out, and then we were proposed with the condition of being on the west, and then that 350 to 400 feet away from Cayley Road. So the applicant is willing to do it either way and see how it goes. And we've talked to Russell, and we just kind of want to work with staff and do the best thing possible for this site. And if there is a problem with the engineering, we've been assured that engineering the site with it on the western side of the property, we've been reassured that it will be reevaluated. I apologize. And so, we do have concerns with it being so strict, so precise, but at the same time, we're okay with it being either with that language or without, as recommended by the planning board.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would like to make one final note that zoning condition does also state that it is subject to the approval of NCDOT and Town of Apex. So if the engineering doesn't work, that's something that could also be where that zoning condition doesn't matter based on the distance. That's just what staff recommends.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Hearing none. Thank you, everyone. We'll go ahead and open up public hearing for comment, and we have 3 people sign up. Ken George, come on up. You would give your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Ken Ulrich, my wife Joan Morvick, and we're at 1004 Alba Trail. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Our main concern, and first of all, I'd like to say that we'd like to welcome new residents. We're glad. We lived here 15 years, and we think anyone that can enjoy this town the way we have, we're happy to see them come in. Our concern is we're at the very southwest corner of this property, and there is a drain in the back of our yard that essentially catches stormwater runoff from all of these parcels. Anytime it rains more than an inch, the water runs from that parcel into that drain for about a week. Okay, so it gets pretty backed up. At one time, we were very concerned about that. Contacted the engineers for Apex. They came out, looked at it, and said it's a problem with a low water table back in that property, okay? We see in the plans that there is a plan for a sand filter as a solution. And according to the North Carolina Stormwater Design Manual and email from Jessica Boland, who is the manager of the engineers, basically that addresses the quality of the water, not the quantity, okay? We've been told that there's a 25 and a 40-year flood plan that's been looked at. My concern is that I don't know how they can assess that when they're assessing it on property that is full of mature trees and undergrowth. And now we're going to have paved surfaces and roofs, you know, and roads. Obviously the water runoff is going to be much greater. So our only concern is that we would like to see a current study of what that runoff would be and how that would impact our property. And if they come up with a good plan, and we'll be happy with that. We just want to make sure that we're not going to be getting flooded, since all that land does run, as stated earlier, to the southwest corner. That's the low point. The other concern we have is that there's a couple of very mature champion trees on the property towards the south end, in excess of 40 inches around. And we would like to know if there's a way we can preserve those trees. I know that currently there's a plan that if you have a tree that's so big, you have to replace it with another tree of 1.5 or 2.5 inches, but it could be planted anywhere that's needed in the town. Hate to see the champion trees grow or to be torn down, but we do understand. And I think that's my timer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bill Keys.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to be brief. My name is Bill Keys. I live at 1014 Olive Chapel Road, which is across the street from this development and this rezoning property. I've lived there for almost 50 years. And it used to be easy to get out on Olive Chapel. It's not so easy now. And if I'm looking forward to the prospect of a median and right in and right out, that's really gonna be great. We probably take 90% of every turn out of our driveway. We go east, church, grocery store, whatever. To have to go right, that means it's a turnaround. It's finding somewhere to make a U-turn. To me, that just adds to the problem of traffic. So that is the problem for us. I know it's a traffic concern when you have that many cars coming out of which will effectively be a driveway with 4 houses, not an intersection or like really a street. But that's what my concern is. And also the fact, if you look at the property, when they widen Olive Chapel Road, I'm probably going to lose 20 to 30 feet of my front yard, because that would be the extension of the outside lane on the north side would go right through there. So that was my complaint, my piece to the pie here. We want to see it done in a way that it doesn't impact us. I mean, everybody wants it that way. But I just wanted you to be aware that if it does go right in, right out, it doesn't just affect them, it affects other people. Thank you.
Jeff Hastings.
We'll cheat a little bit and use Russell's diagram a little bit. Okay, perfect, thank you. Again, Jeff Hastings, for the purposes here, Apex Historical Society, 1101 or 1110 Olive Chapel Road. I would ask that you eliminate the right in, right out. And the reason being is if anybody that's coming west of that property, the first turnaround is the Maynard Pearson house. Maynard Pearson house has no driveway that is paved. It is all grass and mulch right now. And so every FedEx, UPS, Amazon, Chewy, visitor, anybody that's coming from Apex that turns around is going to turn around in the Maynard Pearson house. And it's enough of an issue right now to maintain our yard, and it's just going to be, it'll be decimated going forward. We'll be forced to put up a gate, which is counteractive to what we want to do for the town of Apex. So if you look here, if they're looking at that, you know, the right in, right out here on the west-hand side, the next driveway is us. And if you look at that right there where I'm shading, it's all gravel and it's all mulch. And so it's a big issue for us with the Maynard Pearson house of how, without somebody living there, how do we maintain that property and how do we maintain that driveway? The second thing is when I first saw it and the driveway was on the east, okay, then I look at the condition number 12 and the driveway moves to the west. The driveway to the west, they're asking for a wood or vinyl fence or a 6-foot buffer of vegetation. I'd like it to be a fence, wood vinyl fence on the west-hand side to preserve the Maynard Pearson house from new development. So those are my two asks. And I'm not against development. We've seen this coming. We welcome the neighbors. We welcome somebody else along with Rob, who is our neighbor, to overlook the property, to make sure that that no mischief is happening. We'd love to see it developed in a right way. 4 houses sounds like a fine idea, but it's just how do we preserve our property without it being at the expense of having the right in, right out dedicated. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Rob Wellman.
My name's Rob Wellman, and I am here speaking on behalf of all of Purple Glory Court, and I actually talked with Mr. King here earlier today. So, and I would like to address some of the things before I start on what I have because of things that you guys brought up. I wanted to talk about Mr. King's property here first. He has zero intentions of turning that thing into a residential property. He has it zoned the way he got it. I don't know, it happened 25, 30 years ago, how people got the zoning that they get. You know what? But he has it as commercial, conditional, improved, and he has hopes of putting a wedding venue or some sort of community center event that could house, you know, weddings, baby showers, or church gatherings, all sorts of things. He mentioned VFW, American Legion, all those other things. So that's his intentions for this property. Keep hearing about how, you know, just automatically assume that it's going to become houses, but that's not what he's looking to do. Again, my name's Rob Wellman. I live at 1100 Purple Glory. I live next to the Maynard Pearson house there. And I'd like to start by asking the whole room a question, and that is, you know, is this process supposed to be fair, transparent, and honest for everybody, including the applicants, the town, the neighbors? You know, does anybody disagree with that statement? No? Great. This rezoning process has been anything but, and I'd like to start with the history of this property. On March 10th, 2021, 1013 Olive Chapel went on the market for sale at $385,000. 2 days later, on March 12th, 2021, it went under contract. Apparently, there was an experienced builder that bought the property, and they came to the town of Apex and were looking to get approval for 6 homes on that lot. Whatever answer they got did not satisfy the builder. He gave up all his deposit money, walked away. On May 5th of 2021, the applicants took the property under contract and purchased the property for $350,000. It's $35,000 off asking price. Good job. Why did the property sell for $35,000 less when every builder in the greater Triangle area had a swipe at it? It's because they all knew that between the drainage, the road, and everything else, that this property was really just meant for 1 or 2 homes. So the new owners take over and they wait 1 year and 3 months. On November 22nd, they put it on the market for $800,000. So $450,000 more in a real short time period. I'm a real estate agent. I've seen a lot of whoppers as far as it goes in price jumps over the last several years, but that one takes the cake. In addition to this, the property was purchased using a $245,000 note. That's kind of important when I get to what I'm going to talk about later. After nobody bites on the property, in February 2023, they drop it to $690K. Still no takers on the property, and it expires in the MLS on May 2023. Magically, in July of 2023, the property appears before the rezoning board, TRC. The first records of the property coming to be rezoned happened 1 month after the property expired. I don't understand why they're trying to sell this family plot of land that they're talking about. I mean, they didn't put a sign up. It was internet only. Nobody lives there. Why not put a sign in the yard advertising that it was for sale? You get more money, get more attention. In the MLS listing, and this is for both of them, the one when they purchased it and when they posted it, it said forested land zoned rural agricultural and beautiful set on 2-acre lot waiting for your custom built dream home, nestled in highly sought after prime apex location, Beaver Creek Shopping Center. It was the same language for each one. Here is exactly what happened, in my opinion. I think in 2019, individuals got together and they've started property investing. That's good. You know, we use property investors. They have multiple townhomes and single family homes all over the Triangle. They're leveraged on majority of those properties. They've taken money out like ATMs until the end of 2022 when the rates went up so much that it was no longer feasible. They are very smart individuals. Don't question me. I'm not questioning any of that. They're very, very smart. I can appreciate what they were doing. But this is all just an investor's game. There's no true intent to actually develop the property. I know everybody despises the recent phenomenon of the corporate investor taking homes from hardworking families just trying to achieve a piece of the pie. This is the same thing. A lot of their properties are brand new townhomes. Do you like driving through all the new townhome subdivision developments and seeing a for rent sign in the yard before they're even done building the other 4 townhomes in that building? Because, I mean, if that's the phenomenon you like, that's what you're approving. The applicants also own a property at 0 New Hill, Olive Chapel Road. It is 4 acres. It is a beautiful property primed for home building. You'd probably lose an acre of building because a buffer would be needed because out there it's by the waterfowl impoundment. But it's still 3 acres of flat land. Used to be farmland, it looks like, and it'd be protected for eternity. They have a lot of room to build out there. Like I said, it's flat, and there's a proposed school going in right there. I lived in Scotts Mill when you guys put in the Scotts Ridge Elementary School. Pretty darn good for property value when you guys put in a school there. Another point on the property at 0 New Hill, Olive Chapel Road. They have 8 different individuals on the deed. Why? Because they're expanding investment operations. From a group that is always looking for a discount on the real estate, it seems like a no-brainer. Why would you build behind our houses, deal with the traffic, the drainage, the right in, the right out headaches? Why would you not pick the land that you would come out with positive equity? Otherwise, you're just looking at lighting $2 million on fire if you're looking to build on this property. They can explain some of the transactions, but I'd like, Sorry?
It went off. You're done.
I'm done. I thought I had 9 minutes.
No, you didn't indicate that on the sheet. Do you have 4 more people here?
Yeah. There's 4 people there that didn't speak. And I got a permission from, I had asked all my neighbors ahead of time, including Mr. King.
Go ahead. Give him 3 more minutes.
In the notes from that the attorney had, she said, participant asked if any of the owners would be looking to live in the properties. Yes, all of the owners will live in the houses. The participant asked if the owner had ever built a home. No, we've never built, we bought the parcels to build our own homes. Participant asked the owner if they had ever built in the subdivision before. No, but we know some contractors who do that. We're talking with builders who would do that for us. Participant asked, was the price point? They don't know. Participant asked, were the setbacks? Then they go on to say, we have not yet talked to contractors. And these are her notes, not my notes. Even though in the previous one, it says they're already talking with builders. Then the participant, which I believe is me, asked if the plan was to live there. Why did they try and sell it for 6 months over the last year? For those 6 months last year, we were looking to sell because we bought new homes, but now do not like our homes and want to move into our own homes that we can build. Well, on January 18th, one of the applicants bought a house in Trinity Park for 4,000, it was 4,000 square feet. They bought it for $780,000. Again, another steal because it was listed at 820. It was a brand new spec home. The neighborhood's beautiful, has a huge pool. I just want to get this straight. They're buying new construction homes that are 4,000 square feet in the same year that they're going to be breaking ground and digging in and starting new homes. That just doesn't make any sense to me. So we all get together on January 23rd, 5 days after the applicant closes on his brand new home, telling us they're going to build brand new houses behind us. They just built one. I mean, I cherish my time with my family. I know my neighbors cherish their time with their family. We don't appreciate being called into these rezoning meetings on a Wednesday night only to be served a buffet of cow pie. Because they just built a home, yet they're telling us they're going to be building homes behind us. I'm a little confused. Another thing is, for the project itself, it's a pure financial loser. They're not building enough addresses to make up for the infrastructure. I'm running short on time, I see that, so I'll hurry up here. But basically, they're hot to trot. They're getting ready to build and start. According to them, they're going to be tearing down trees here later this summer. They didn't submit a site plan in addition to their rezoning plan. I don't understand why they would not do that.
Thank you, Mr. Wellman.
Thank you.
All right, public hearing for comment is closed, and it's back to council for discussion time.
Okay. I need a second. I'm sorry.
No problem.
I'd like to ask Russell about the right in, right out.
Yes, ma'am.
So we've gotten email comments, we've gotten comments here tonight as well about not having the right in, right out as part of this, as part of a zoning condition. What are your thoughts?
I mean, Olive Chapel Road's a major thoroughfare, over 10,000 cars per day. It's an extremely short distance from Cayley. I mean, our own standards say minimum 800 feet between full movement intersections. NCDOT standards are 1,200 feet between full movement intersections. Full movement just doesn't work here from a safety perspective. I appreciate what people are saying. I don't particularly like restricting intersection access either. It's great when properties connect. That's part of the reason we promote connectivity, to provide opportunities for full movement access between various properties that are developed at different times. But it just wouldn't work here. And regarding driveway access, I mean, there's a couple ways you can do right in, right out. We have what are called pork chop design, which doesn't put a median in the road. There's also the design in which you actually put a fixed median in the road, which may be a temporary median, which will be converted to a full landscape median when it goes to 4-lane divided. Either could be an option here. I understand the comments from the property to the north. When I looked at it, it appears to have a loop driveway. So even if we did have it pushed to the western side of the property, if it was a median in the road instead of the pork chop design working with NCDOT, the driveways to the west would not be affected under that design. We wouldn't block those driveways. The pork chop design keeps us from having to put a median out there, but at the same time, the pork chop design also promotes the possibility that people may try to turn around it. It doesn't enforce the right in, right out quite as well as actually having a fixed median in the middle of the road. But the condition doesn't specify which way it has to go. That's something we'll have to work out through the design process with NCDOT.
At some point in the future, this will be a divided thoroughfare, so there will be a divider in the middle.
Correct, landscaped median through this section. So if and when the road gets widened to 4-lane, it might be a really long time. Then yes, west of Cayley Road would have a median break for full movement, but then west of Cayley Road for the area you see on the screen would all be landscape median. Everything would go to right in, right out.
I'll chime in. I strongly believe that the product, if this was developed with the parcel to the east or the two parcels to the east, it'd be a much stronger development, whether it's a wedding venue in the commercial or homes or whatever it is. So I'm willing to take that risk of a better development in the future potentially, and I'm not going to vote for this.
I'm with Brett.
All right. Anyone else?
So the motion would be to approve the rezoning with the conditions as stated in the staff report, as recommended by staff. Correct?
That's not my motion.
Yeah, so
that's the staff motion.
I know, right.
So the other thing would be to address Mr. Hastings' discussion as well about having a fence and not the option of vegetation as a buffer as well. So
just to clarify that the condition number 6 actually does provide flexibility for either a fence or both, or just vegetation, whatever was going to be best suited for the separation. And with regard to the right in, right out, we are agreeable to either take that specificity out to see if maybe there's a better way, like to keep the design that we originally planned, that you see in the staff report, and see if there's just a way to have that flexibility without being so specific as recommended by planning board. We've worked really hard with the neighbors. We know we're not going to make everybody happy, but we really have had some really good dialogue with the neighbors who are very welcoming and very and want to see this to be developed. And of course, we understand their concerns with regard to stormwater drainage. And I believe that, when we talk about that sand filter, underground sand filter, it's our understanding that it's both for quality and quantity. We're really trying to be as transparent as we can. The applicant, this is his family. I know that there's other deeds that have 8 people on it because we've got 4 men and their 4 wives are on the deed. So it's all about, just really trying to see this family be able to build their homes and raise their families and plant roots here. Thanks.
So I'm not disagreeing with Councilmember Gant and Mahaffey, and this would be a better plan if we had all 3 properties under consideration. However, we don't, right? It's like there's only one that's coming up right now. The rezoning request is consistent with the 2045 land use map. Our staff is, has given their recommendations. Although I don't necessarily like the limited, site that we're talking about, and then, would have preferred to see it, in a broader conversation. I don't think it's fair to deny a zoning request solely based on that consideration. This is an individual property owner or a set of property owners that are looking for this rezoning. The properties, to the right, to the west, are not owned by them, so they're doing what they can with the land that they have, right? And that's the zoning request that's in front of us here. So I see, based on the conditions stated, really no ground for me to withhold, a vote in favor.
Thank you, Councilman Zigerman. Anybody else for discussion?
So my question for you is, so regarding the fence, are you willing to take out the vegetation piece of that condition?
Or at least include a fence at minimum. Vegetation could be still planted, up against the fence.
Okay. Yeah, and so thank you for that. I understand the concerns about the right in, right out. However, based on knowing how much traffic comes through this area and the potential safety concerns, if we remove that, we could be looking at a lot more accidents here if we remove that condition. So I'm going to go with staff's recommendation on that one and be okay leaving that one in there.
Okay, sounds good.
Motion to approve with the modification to the condition of fence with the addition of vegetation. That encapsulate what you said?
Yeah, requirement of a fence.
Requirement of a fence, with the option for
property, yeah.
Okay. All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second, Killingsworth. So motion Gray, second Killingsworth. Any other discussion?
I just had a comment. I think there's a scenario where one of those parcels to the east comes in and we still have the right in, right out near the road. But, they've had this rezoning since like 98, and obviously nothing's happened in a long time. But I can imagine a scenario where chopping off that parcel and developing that as homes with an outlet somewhere on the southern end would help fund a wedding venue, which I think would be kind of cool here. So I think that scenario is possible. I don't know, with this, those aren't part of the rezoning, but I just think that product, we're kind of locking in something, I think, with this vote, that the product might be better, might be more cohesive in the future. So, and, I don't think it forecloses those things happening, but I just think it makes it harder. And, maybe not as good of an outcome in the long term.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying there, but I also see that, we can't predict the future and we can't know someone's mindset who, owns this other piece of property to the east. So yeah, I do appreciate what you're saying.
There is uncertainty in the future. I think we all agree it's an awkwardly shaped piece right now. So we know that would be a for sure thing if we proceed. So who knows what's going to happen, but yeah.
Well, and, let's be honest, like it may never ever happen, right? Because if, the economic condition is such that the cost of putting in all the infrastructure, the road, the sewer and all that makes this cost prohibitive to put, 4 units in there, the owners may decide to go build elsewhere, right? That's not what we're here to approve, though. What we're here to approve is a zoning condition.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, motion carries 3-2. Thank you. Do y'all want a recess for 5, 10? Okay.
Well, hold on.
Okay, all right.
Though, right?
What's that?
Oh, no, sorry.
We got one more.
Sorry.
All right, we'll take a recess for 10. All right, 8:25.
that.
All right, we're back in session. We'll move now to public hearing for Unified Development Ordinance UDO amendments. And Robert Patterson.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman, members, council members. Yes, Robert Patterson, Water Resources, Stormwater Department. And there's a lot of words on these slides. I'm not going to read every one of them. Essentially, we're revising section 6.1, or proposing to revise 6.1 watershed protection overlay districts to include the nutrient strategy. I'll probably just refer to it as the NOOS rules for the rest of the presentation, as well as buffer mitigation requirements and some of the other items listed in here were just references that are getting changed with some of the renumbering in the section. So in section 6.1, we are adding the NOOS rules. In 2020, the state revised the NOOS nutrient strategy and pulled in a number of new communities. Apex was one of those, so we are just following suit and rolling those into our requirements. And I'll go into a little bit more detail with those next. Also updating the riparian buffer mitigation requirements. Again, the state revised those requirements and added a whole lot more details, but also a lot more flexibility and options for developers and applicants to meet those mitigation requirements. And then the last update, last substantive update is in 12.2, terms defined. Updating the built upon area definition. There was a duplicative definition in 6.1 and 12.2. We've pushed that just to 12.2, which is the definitions. And as part of that, once again, the state revised the definition of that, so we're adopting that that revised definition. The table was my attempt at kind of showing where in the UDO, which rule revision, and then where you can find that in the state regulations.
Would it be fair to just summarize that all of these changes are for compliance with state law?
Yes, correct. With one caveat, which I will get to next. But, just kind of to overview of the town, kind of hard to see, but the yellow dashed line that runs north to south divides the Noose Basin with Jordan Lake and Cape Fear Basins. So just so you kind of have a picture in mind of where we're talking about when I say the Noose. So the NOOS rules, the big piece of that is getting added to the stormwater regs are a nitrogen loading limit. So any new developments that are in the NOOS that have to meet stormwater requirements have to demonstrate that they are not releasing more than 3.6 pounds per acre per year. There is a tool, a spreadsheet tool that the state has developed that we are required to use that kind of provides for consistency for all programs that are doing that. So that's the big piece of it. The other item is currently townwide, the threshold to have to do stormwater requirements is an acre of land disturbance or more. So if you had a 20,000 square foot development parcel that you're disturbing, you wouldn't have to do stormwater right now. The NOOS rules, they stipulate that for anything other than single family detached and duplexes, that threshold drops to a half acre. So for consistency, staff is proposing that we use that half acre disturbance threshold for both the NOOS and the rest of town to be consistent. So again, the state minimum requirement is just in the noose. We're proposing half-acre townwide.
I thought the difficulty in having a stormwater control measure on these small parcels was just the space, right? So how do you create a stormwater control measure on a half an acre? Is it like an underground,
it could
retention
be,
that's underneath your apartment building in this scenario?
It could be underground detention and treatment. There's various options that, yeah.
Okay.
I guess kind of getting to that, actually, I forgot to mention, in order to meet that loading limit, they, if you have a tight site and you can't get down to the 3.6 on site, there's a minimum that you have to get down to on site, and then there's options for offsetting that with offset payments that the state has set up in the Neuse Basin. So it could be some of those smaller sites may have to take advantage of both off-site and on-site downs. The buffer mitigation piece, one part of it that is different is the, in order to quantify how much mitigation you have to do, they've pulled in a lot more locational information, so proximity to where the impact is, the type of impact affects the amount of mitigation, and as well as the proposed width of mitigation that you're proposing. It's slightly different right now. It's just kind of you're impacting X. Here's the simple formula to calculate the mitigation. This pulls in more locational information. And then, so currently, the buffer mitigation options are restore or enhance subject streams, donation of property, and buying credits from a mitigation bank. The new options pull in a whole lot more. There's mitigation for preserving existing buffers, restoring and enhancing non-subject streams and ditches. So we currently buffer perennial and intermittent streams. There's an option to buffer essentially even ditches to get some amount of credit. Enhancing SCM design, so either upsizing, there's various little enhancements you can do to get more nutrient removal. The one thing with the new options available, they specifically wrote it so that if an applicant wants to do that, they have to go to DEQ for approval of their plan before then we approve the actual buffer impacts. So as far as implementation, the Environmental Management Commission has already approved we had to send them draft rule or our draft UDO of what we were proposing, and they already approved that with a regulatory deadline that we implement that no later than July 1st. So what we are proposing is projects where their first site plan is submitted on or after July 1st, then would be subject to these new Neuse requirements. So that was trying to boil everything down as simply as I could, but.
I have a question, just curious. If the plans have to go through DEQ, you have to get permission through them. How much extra time is that looking to add on to? Are they expecting it to be a pretty quick turnover, or?
So we've had, even though the UDO wasn't adopted, we got direction from DEQ that we could go ahead and start using that general statute with those new options. So we had one project that started looking down that avenue. Just from that one example, it would maybe add a month or two, but that's going to totally depend on DEQ's workload as well.
That's only if they need to use one of those new mitigation strategies.
Right.
Like the normal, they're not mitigating, they're just following the rules. They don't have to go to mitigate.
Yeah,
Right.
I was just curious.
Yeah,
See if
yeah,
it was,
it-
so I know with some state agencies, it takes a long time for turnaround, so.
Yes. Yep.
Okay,
So.
Could you,
not naming any.
Regarding the buffer width, proximity type and width, could you dumb it down for me? How does this impact our current buffer width requirements around town? I know it.
It does not change that. What that's referring to is there's ratios. If you are impacting like a current 50-foot buffer, you would not get as much credit if you were proposing mitigation and providing 30 feet width.
Okay.
So it
doesn't change our buffers, just changes the mitigation
Yes.
calculations around
Correct.
impacting them.
Yeah. So if you're only able to provide 30-foot width in your mitigation site, then you'll end up having to provide a lot more of it at that width to meet the mitigation. That kind of, yeah, if you're disturbing a 50-foot and somebody proposes, oh, well, I'm gonna give you 10 feet along this stretch of stream, well, you're gonna have to provide a lot more length of it then.
Because I mean, is the buffer width according to the state standards 100 feet or 50 feet in the noose?
The state standard is 50 feet.
Right, and ours is 100, right?
For perennial streams, it's 100. For intermittent, it's 50.
And I guess I'm just concerned that, you know, we have this rule where we still have 100-foot buffer, which we all love. And at some point, is there an interaction with the new rules for the mitigation? Like, for example, you know, I know this isn't the case, but my fear originally I asked is like, is there going to be a rule now? Well, now you can disturb between 150 feet because our rules of 100 feet are above what is contemplated for the rules.
No, it's not impacting that. Okay. So there's already ratios. So if you're in zone 1, the area closest to the stream, you have to, and you're disturbing 10 square feet, you automatically have to provide at least 3 times that in your mitigation site. So we're not losing anything with respect to our buffers as we currently have them.
Let's leave it at that. I got it. Thank you.
Okay, is that it?
I'm good.
Everybody good? Okay. Thank you so much. All right, we'll open up the public hearing for this item. No one signed up to speak, so we'll close it. It's back to council for motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
To approve, Happy, second, Zigerman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll move to the updates by the manager. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are
All right.
you? Happy to be here. First meeting, week and a half down, but I do want to, I'll be quick here. I've just got a couple things to mention. Several of those we have already talked about. The budget was mentioned that was released Friday. It is on the website for the public to view. It's pretty easy. You just start typing in budget in the box of what are you looking for, and it pops up for the fiscal year 24-25 draft. So pretty easy to get to. The housing fair is this Saturday from 9 to 1. We also have Think Apex Day, which was mentioned in the proclamation. So we've got 2 events going on. Hopefully some of us can make it to both of those and juggle. We also want to mention, give props to our communications department. They received an Excellence in Communications Award from the North Carolina City and County Communications, NC3C, during their annual conference, and it was in the special event category for the Apex 150th party. And it wasn't just a participation award, they actually were judged against other entities in the state, and they won that award and got first place in that. So awesome there. And the last thing is, I just want to say thank you to council and mayor and to the organization. It's been an awesome week and a half. Our strategic plan talks about a welcoming community, and we are definitely hitting that point. Staff, the community as a whole, everybody's just been very welcoming, and it's been great to help with the transition of our family to North Carolina. So with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Bossberg. All right. Any questions? Hearing none. All right, is there a motion to go into closed session for the three that are listed on the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passed unanimously. Also want to thank Officer Baker, Patel, and Foster for providing service tonight. Thank you so much. We'll move to closed session. All right, you're none. Officially declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Alan, do you need my notes for the closed session that we did with regard to the?
All right.
We're live now. Okay, so we gotta do it again. Okay, all right. Any more business? Hearing none, I declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you. We're good. See you. All right. I didn't realize we were not on live stream before.